Hello, welcome to the October 17th, 2023 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Undo and I'm the host of the livestream. If you have not attended a livestream before, how it works is you can ask questions in the live chat, type your questions there, or you could simply send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, realize that my ability to answer questions in kind of a more real-time manner may soon be eclipsed. So if you don't see an immediate response to your question, if we could avoid asking the same question over and over again, that would be appreciated. It only kind of slows down the process because I have to read through every single point, every single comment. When asking questions, if you could specify which version of Cubase you're running. So if it's Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, which operating system you're on, which version number. So if you're on version 11 or version 12, that information is helpful. We should have a index of all the topics covered in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field after several hours after the live stream ends. If you want to search for the more than 28,000 topics that have been covered in live streams, you could go to cubaseindex.com, and you want to thank Jan for creating that website as an easy search function. Also, we want to give special thanks to Agent K and Jazz Dude for their work as moderators. So they're not Steinberg employees, they really just do this to make it a better community for people. And also, we'll give special kudos to Jazz Dude for his efforts with the Cubase Nation Discord. So it's a wonderful resource of information for Steinberg community. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America, which is the Steinberg distributor in the United States, and I'll be the host. I'm presenting from outside of Washington, D.C. in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching this live or even afterwards, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. With that, we will go ahead and begin. Okay, so we see Dr. Ayman, I guess, from Jordan joining us. All right, and he asks, hi Greg, I need as a starting presets exist in Halion for Iconica library as group of instruments that I can, composing more fast and easily. So if you have one of the Iconica libraries that you have is kind of specifically for this, and this is if you get the sections and players. So I'll just load up one. So this is really kind of more ensemble based. Let me see if this is the right one. Let me just jump back. So maybe not sections and players, but ensembles, Iconica ensembles, which is one of the libraries. So once we are here, we could just say, okay, I want it to have maybe more of, let's say just a brass kit. So instead of loading up individual instruments, what we could do now is just come over here and have the different instruments layered. So that we could treat them kind of more as, instead of having my 3 brass instruments loaded up individually, we can come over here and just kind of work with this. So let's try just fairy tale trills. So as we just kind of play different chords here, we can have or if you wanted to even have something like a cartoon orchestra, so we could have, and you could bring in kind of other instruments, and you could see kind of the goal of the different. So check out if you have the Iconica, see if you have the Iconica ensembles, and that will give you kind of pre-done on, collections of different instruments that have been put together so that you could just kind of start off very easily and work with. So if you want to have like all of your woodwinds together, and And let's say, okay, now we want these to be sustain. And let's do just say strings low. So now we could have. And now you can just kind of come over here and switch between different key switches. So this way, these are kind of pre-done ensembles for you. All right. So we have Faisal Abraham just saying hi. We have Stefan checking in from Sweden. All right, so we also see from Home Studio World, hi Greg, why sometimes chords not exactly follow music? I mean, on suitable time according to music parts. Is there a way to a tip to solve such problem? Thanks. So if you have, a musical event, so I'm not sure if you're dealing with audio or MIDI, but because we could do monophonic audio for like bass parts or single instruments to have those follow the chords, but if it's going to be like an audio piano voice, it's not really set up to do that. Let me just see if I could open up, but it's really kind of more of a MIDI thing. So let's say if I just wanted to come here to a full MIDI orchestral piece, we could have all of the instruments follow the chords. So let's just say, here, let me just adjust a preference here. I think it's from our previous live stream. Okay. All right, so say we have this. So let's say we want to go from major to minor. We could now just and let's say I want this to go to the relative minor, G major to E minor. And let's say we want to take these two chords where we're kind of going back to tonic, and I just want to modulate those two up. So you can hear that all these MIDI parts that are set to follow the chords. We did a sacrilegious thing and totally destroyed an ultra-debauch classic. So let me know if you're trying to work with particular, MIDI data or audio data. So, okay, so we see from Ralph Nelson Tucker, who asks, hi Greg, following the update to version 12.07, all the GUIs have disappeared from my stock plugins. Only generic ones appear. The functions menu of the plugins give no option to change. Okay, so we see the functions menu of the plugins give no option to change editors. So usually when I'll just jump back to a different project here. Okay, so when we are here, let's see, I think if we could just pop here, we could say switch to generic editor. So see if you come over here and switch to the little drop down menu. I'm just gonna, all the GUIs have disappeared from stock plugins, only generic ones appear. The functions menu of the plugins give no option to change editors. So let me know if this is the functions menu. Let's see if it's just, okay. But one thing that I would try is maybe to, before, like right as you launch the program, hold down Alt Control Shift or Command Option Shift, depending upon your particular, so Alt Control Shift on Windows or Command Option Shift on Mac OS, and see if you disable program preferences if they are recalled for you. So I think that would do the trick. So again, just try to start it and see if you could, if the behavior changes after disabling program preferences, and then if that does it, then try to restart it, and if it's still not behaving, then to just delete the preferences and let them be rebuilt for you. Sorry about that. All right, wonderful to see Jan from Cubase Index. We have Uno Memento from Finland. We see Jazz Dude on. All right, so we see from Home Studio World, says Greg, I appreciate strongly your efforts and let my followers in Home Studio World, HSW, to learn from your live stream. Well, thank you for the kind words, and we appreciate your support. All right, wonderful to see Taylor from Music for World Peace Records from Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. Okay. All right, and we see Michael Marshall checking in from Somerset, UK. All right, so we have a question from Dallas LaRue. Can you explain inter-sample peaks and how to deal with them? So sometimes when you are running Dynamics plugins, let me just... so sometimes, certain plugins may kind of clip the audio between, so we have kind of like our Razor plugin can deal with, when we want to do limiters and how to look at those. So let's say if we're doing kind of like, when we go down to, let's say, our sample level, some plugin process, so we see each of these dots is a sample. So we could think now if we wanted to, nudge by sample, this is now sometimes there may be a peak in between the samples, and this can often be caused by different limiters. So when to kind of avoid that problem, you could have a limiter like, I believe it's the Razor plugin will actually allow you to deal with, have your, raise the level without having any inter-sample distortion, or be able to kind of mitigate it directly here. So it's just when in between the resolution of a sample that there's a peak caused by a plugin. So some plugins will allow you to kind of raise the level without doing inter-sample distortion. All right, wonderful to see Mark Rabin from Montana. Glad you can make it today. All right, and we see Marcos checking in. All right, and we have Jason saying hi from Tampa Bay, Florida. We have Captenergy Music on. All right, so we see a question, Cubase 13 Pro. So, as soon as it is released, we will, Steinberg generally doesn't make announcements before a release until it is available for customers. So, I could assure you that, it's on the way. All right, so we have Arif B just checking in from Holland, and we have Nick joining us from Essex in the UK. All right, so we have Pete Van Blockland checking in from Amsterdam. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so we have Mark Rabin's dog Stella says she is psyched to be present and is listening. So my cat just ignores our live streams. So I guess dogs could be more loyal. So, but say woof woof to Stella. All right. All right, always wonderful to see Jason Sykes. I believe he's in South Shields, England. All right, so we have Kamad Beats. How to reverse audio sample. Greetings from Croatia. So if you wanted to reverse a sample, all you have to do is select the file here and go to audio, to processes, and just choose reverse. And then you could just reverse the sample just like that. So if you want to undo it, so again, go to audio. Now, if we've made a copy, if we've made a copy of where we're using the same audio file, you may notice that if I wanted to reverse one and not the other, I could select it. And if we go to audio, we'll see what my preference. I say reverse. That if you only want one to reverse, one of the things you could do is in the preferences, come over, because often, and this is a little preference that will pop up, and if you go to editing to audio, and you can say I'm processing shared clips, you could just a lot of times you could process the existing clips or choose to create a new version, and that way, so if you find that you had multiple instances of the same audio file, you reverse it, and then all the ones are reversed, just go to that preference, and then that will allow you to do a reverse on one without affecting the others. All right, so you see a comment, smash the like button, do it now. So if you do learn a new tip or trick, make sure you do hit the like button. Mark Rabin says he was like number 12. See, Value just says, currently working on sample packs, and man, I love the export functions. It's so easy. All right. See, Peter just says that Stella isn't asking me about when Cubase 13 is going to be released. All right. All right, so we have a question. I use 12 Pro. Is it possible to open a window with only the racks, tracks, or the mixer, and then only the faders? Thanks. So if you want it as a separate window, the faders, we could turn off like the racks. So if you want only the faders, we could have your mixer set up for that, but I believe every mixer view will have to have the faders. Like we can't have the racks without the faders. But I'll just reread that. Yeah, so the faders are always going to have to be visible within the mixer by design. So. Value says if he had €1 for every time anyone asks about Cubase 13, he'd have the upgrade in the bag. All right, so we have Cubase user checking in from Canada using Cubase 12 Pro and Windows 11. So it's great. All right, so we see question UR44C. Even if red light appears, not a clipping since 32-bit, means headroom for extreme noise setting. Am I wrong? So you can't clip, but it could be that, so it depends. If you're recording at 32-bit floating point, you may have to decrease the gain, and then all the material is still useful for you. So theoretically, you could clip, if you're recording, I think the maximum dynamic range is 1592 dB. So an audio CD is 108, and I think 24-bit fixed point resolution's 144. I could be mistaken on that, but I guess it's theoretically possible, but it's really, really difficult. So. Reading through comments. All right, so we have Thomas checking in from Norway. Glad you can make it today. We see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. So I believe that the ice cream distribution will begin. All right, so we see Home Studio World. Greg, it's MIDI, thanks. Okay, so if you're doing, and this is probably with the chord tracks, so there's several different options. So let's just jump back to our Bach piece here. All right, so when we go to the individual tracks, we select the track, we go to chords, and then we could choose to, so let's say we'll come over here. Now you could have it just follow chords and scales, or just chords. So if I have it set to, let's say this is in G major. Now if we have chords and scales, I could have an F sharp, I could have a G. If I select only chords, then it's only going to be for this measure, only notes that are G, B, and D that are within that particular scale. So check your different voicing options over here. So you could select a track and just come to the chords and choose the appropriate chord voicing there, because that could change the results. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped. All right, so we see a question from Thomas. I'm backing up my most important projects. What are some pros and cons of saving stems with and without effects? This is for safety purposes before the projects are completely finished. Sometimes having a particular, having a rendering of the plugins. There's some people, when they go back, let's say, to projects from 20 years ago, and they're using 32-bit plugins, that those plugins may not, exist. The companies go out of business. They cease to, develop beyond a certain point, or they're not working on a particular operating system, or the plugin has evolved and changed and is maybe not the same plugin as it was 20 years ago, so it may not work. So I would always, for virtual instruments, render it to audio, because the audio file is going to be able to be played back 100 years from now, probably. MIDI information going out to a device, there's a lot more variables for longevity. I would tend to, render those. I would also just, you have the option of, with one mouse click, rendering with all the effects or rendering it dry and rendering all the effects as a separate, on separate files. So if we go to your export audio mixdown, you could have the reverbs rendered independently, and just think about projects where, how, if you had to open up something from 20 years ago, what might not work, and try to give yourself all of the options to make yourself future proof. So, make it all equal length audio files if you needed to. So if you need to put it into any other program in the future, I had to deal with, doing transfers of many classic recordings. Like I got to do some of the transfers from Steel. I was in the room with mastering engineer Joe Palmacio, and we got to do the transfers of all the Steely Dan 2 tracks, and it took them like 3 years to find the original tapes, but they still can't find like the multi-tracks for Asia, for instance. So that's why it's never been kind of remixed in surround, whereas, like Gaucho and other titles were. So, just think of things like that, so I would render the effects as audio files. If you render everything to audio files, someone could reconstruct that project much easier 20 years from now. So sometimes there's a lot of projects now where you had, a 2-inch tape that had SMPTE timecode that was triggering a sequencer. And I've seen it. It's like, oh, I have my sequence in opcode vision. And there's, they had to find a computer from 1993 to load up that sequence, if they get the floppy disk to boot up, if they could find a floppy disk, so that gets to be problematic. So, rendering everything to audio, including the effects and instruments, is always a good option, so that you don't have to revisit the archive, in the future. All right, so we have Larry B checking in from Brampton in Canada. And we see Spike Williams. Always great to see you from Rhondda in Wales. All right, we see David M from outside Liverpool on. Glad you can make it today. David M can make it for about an hour tonight. So. Great. So just. All right, so we see from Gothic Melancholy, just saying Cubase 13. So again, as soon as it's out, we'll be happy to show it to you. You'll probably hear about it from the Steinberg website and different news informations before our live stream. So. See Filter Freak just saying there was a hint from Ed Dahl in the forum that Steinberg Shop could be up and running on the 28th of this month. So I know there's a lot of people working very diligently to get it up and running and migrated to the new system. All right, so we see Patrick Emmanuel A says, happy to be on live. Do we have an inverter selection? Like if I select track 1, 3, and 5, pan left, and inverter the track, which means selecting 2, 4, 6 tracks and pan right. Is it possible? So there's nothing that will automatically just invert the panning, but if you're, just doing a number of tracks. I guess one method, if you needed to do something, is, you could load up. Just jump to a different project here. So I'm sure that we could come over here. Let's see if we could do this. Let's put a, let's see if the auto pan might allow us to kind of set the panning. Let's see if we could just maybe have this just fixed. It's always going to be all right, so let's say if I have this going on, just see if we could fix this. But I mean, I don't think it's too hateful to just kind of come over here and just manually pan the tracks like that. So, but you know, you might be able to use the auto panner plugin and just have it fixed to. So let's see if I come here, let's say if I put on the bass. Yeah, it looks like it's still going to be. So, but I don't know of an automatic kind of inversion function, but if you do have a stereo track, you could take the stereo track and have it automatically split to mono, but I don't think it's a huge undertaking to just adjust the panning. All right, so we see Cubase user asks, "Hi Greg, is it possible to see the audio event changing while adding any process in the project except when using it as offline editing?" So it's not going to change until it's rendered. So let's say if I'm, you know, because what we're seeing is the audio file, and then if it's going through processing, such as different effects here, we're not seeing, you know, this isn't changing since this is playing. You know, it's processing this file through a number of plugins. So let's say as we open up the channel view here, so if we have a number of plugins going on, you know, it's still the same audio file, and this is what we see until you choose to render it. So if we render in place, you know, we could just come over here and then we would see all the results visually of this. But, you know, this file is still, you know, this is the file that's playing back. And, you know, if you render it, then the settings of the plugins will take place. But, you know, and I think that's a good way of working, because you don't want the waveforms changing for editing based upon plugin processes that could be completely independent of the edits. Okay. All right, so we see from Brent, question, is it possible to make Cubase color both the track and the events the same color? I use a shortcut for set to track color, but it does the color random, only the track, sometimes both. So let's say if I have like these tracks selected and I go to my colors here, so I go to my color tool and then I just select, okay, I had an event selected, so I'll undo that. So where I have no events selected here, I will switch to colors on the green guitar parts, open up a palette. So now that I color the track, by default, the events will color. And if we have multiple events, as we see here, that just by colorizing the track, that the events follow the colors. So let me know if that's how you're doing it. All right, we see Michael Teams granted 1 gallon of strawberry swirl ice cream to Jan from Cubase Index. All right, so we see, is there going to be a Cubase 13 this year? So I think, you know, what we see Cubase is at a different version number than as Cubase. So I think, you know, so I don't think we'll see version 13 reflected yet in Cubase. They're kind of, you know, related, but, you know, they're kind of independent of each other as well. All right, so Patrick Emanuel A asks, Greg, in a video I saw a trick. He had an arranger track. I think he just clicked in the top and dragged and pasted it in the destination globally. How's that? Is there a way? So, so let's say if we have an arranger track here. All right, so I'm just going to add an arranger track. All right, so if you, just to add an arranger track, you could just come over with the pencil tool and add your different sections. So, and you know, the arranger track is global, so it's not just particular tracks. So as soon as you come over here, the arranger track will and compensate, will kind of utilize every track within the specified range of time. So with the arranger track, just to add new events, you know, just grab the pencil tool. You could add events on top of events on top of events on top, and be able to just set the order and play these in a non-linear fashion. So let me know if that makes sense for your question, Patrick. All right, so PK is asking, is there a way to have remote mix sessions in Cubase 12 Pro with another Cubase user? So I have seen people, I mean, there's always going to be latency involved, especially depending on the distance. But I have seen people that will send the audio via VST Connect and then will monitor the audio via VST Connect, and you know, because that gives you kind of a high quality audio path, and then simply use something like TeamViewer or Zoom, and realize that there's latency kind of involved in all these different scenarios. But some people have worked with it in that way. All All right, so Burnt asks, I would like to make a shortcut for the 3 different main Q sends in control room, main, C1, C2, etc., but can't find in key command window. Okay, so I think you might be able to, let's take a look in the key commands. I think you might be able to go to like next Q. All right, let's just all right, I'll try a couple of these real quick. I'm just going to set it up in the remote control real quick, see if it's available, and maybe represented differently there. All right, maybe select source Q1. All right, I'll just try. All right, and let's see if I'll just do new page here real quick. So it looks like they could be set here in the control room if you want to do it through the MIDI remote. And then you could select source Q1. Let me see if we could find that in key commands. All right, and let me just see if this. this does it here. Yeah, so it doesn't look like through key commands, but you can do it through the MIDI remote. So sorry about that. Okay, so Patrick Manuel A asks, while I automate third-party arpeggiator, I had eighth rate and then selected section and turned the rate to 1/16th, but it's now showing the automation side panel, but it's maybe not showing in the automation side panel. Why? So I'm not sure if it's, if you want it, I'm not sure which third-party plugin, which third-party arpeggiator that you're utilizing. It could be that not all of the functions you could see, like if it's a plugin, we could just come over. So let's say we go to our auto pan as an insert here. When we go to select our different, if you click here, check to see, like if you go to inserts or wherever the particular, so if I go to inserts, I can now see the auto pan, and this would show me all the available automatable parameters. So if it doesn't show up in that list, and again, if we come to here, we go to open up the automation, selective value, you could just click on more. If you're running as an insert or a send, just come over here, expose that, and see what all parameters are automatable. So it could be that maybe that particular function isn't an automatable parameter within the plugin. So, and that would be kind of out of our control. But so see if like the speed or the rate allows you to switch between those. All right, great to see Capital Razor on. All right, so Bernd asks, when doing a mixdown, my songs sound different from when listening within Cubase 12. After mixdown, it's thinner, not as wide, a bit cold compared. What to do? I use Mac, Cubase 12, UA, Apollo. So one is, make sure that, when you export, try to come over here and make sure that when you export your audio mix down, that you're doing a full, wave file. Make sure that it's the same sample rate, and try to export it as a 32-bit float. Now, I'm not sure if you're, sometimes people will play back in a different utility and then say, oh, it sounds different, and realize that, while it is zeros and ones, different audio applications will have different audio engines. It may also require you, it may also, make sense for you to run a dithering plugin since we're probably mixing at 32-bit floating point or 64-bit floating point and then exporting to a particular file, that's probably less than that. Also, take a look to make sure you don't have any processing. The UA Apollo series has built-in effects. Make sure that there's no kind of processing that's going on the unit itself, and make sure, sometimes people will do their mix down and their master fader is set down because maybe they have their gain structure of their monitoring path set up where their main volume is down, and realize that when you do that, that is going to basically, quieten the exported file. So those are a couple things to check. Okay, so we see from Patrick, how can I automate arpeggiator to 8th to 16th easily? I want to see the rates change while automate. So I'll show you how we could do it maybe like inside of a built-in plugin. So we'll try that real quick. But I'm not sure which plugin you have. So let's come over to our synth bass. All right, so I'll go ahead and open up the instrument. Let's go to the arpeggiator here. Okay, and I'll just load up a quick preset here. So right now we're at 16th notes. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just solo this. And let me just, all right, so I'll put this into, I'll take it out of cycle record, sorry. All right, now I have all my operator errors. Okay, and I'll take off punch out. All right, sorry, it's taking me annoyingly long. All right. All right, so it's good. Play us back. All right, sorry, I'll just do the recording one more time here. Okay, we'll see if this. So we can see it just went from 8th to 16th, now probably back to 8th notes. So, the automation can work with kind of the built-in tools, but let me know what third-party arpeggiator you're using, and it could be that maybe changing the rate isn't automatable, as we mentioned before. Wonderful to see Mike Rivera on. All right, so just see Peter says, hopefully everything is all right with Greg. It's unusual for him to be late. So I think I'm on. Let me know if you're not seeing me. I'm just going to check my monitoring computer and make sure everything is okay there. Let me just switch views. All right. All right, So just see Peter says hopefully everything is okay. So everything seems okay with my monitoring computer. Maybe Peter, if you refresh. But looks like it's okay here so far. So maybe someone could reach out to Peter. All right, so we see from Alessandro Ponti. Hi, Greg. Hello from Italy. What's the fastest way to print stems in a project where you have not set up groups or other pre-routed stems, in your opinion? So if you didn't have stems that were set up, I think it's pretty easy to set up the stems. So let's just jump back to... So say on this, I wanted to do like drums, bass, vocals, and guitars. So let's say just in this case I have just drums, bass, guitar, and I wanted to do stems. So, you know, stems can easily be derived from groups, and it's pretty easy to set up. So let's say I will come over here. So I'm going to take these particular tracks, right click, and we'll say add group track to selected channels. So I'll call this drums. All right, and now when I go to, I want my bass in one, so we'll just call this bass. And if we have vocal tracks, we could select all the vocal tracks. And once again, right click and just say effects channels to selected channel, or we'll say group channel to selected. And now when we go to export, we could, at this point, we do our export audio mix down, and we see all of our group channels. We say multiple, select the groups, and then we could export just that easily. Okay, so we see a question from Communita Records. Hello, Greg. Please, how can I in Cubase 12 Pro in Project Logical Editor open all MIDI parts of all tracks from a folder strings containing tracks first violin, seconds in key editor under the cursor on one keystroke? Can't find the right combination. Same for brass folder and combination of both. Thanks. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look. I think we could do this. Okay, so let's say we have folder strings. Okay, so let's say here I want to put, I'll create a new folder here. So we'll call this winds. Brass. And strings. Okay, so I think what we could do, I did something similar like this. So So let's get to the project logical editor, and let me see if I could. I think we could maybe build from this. Okay, so I'm going to do okay, so I want to take these, we're going to unfold, hide the tracks. All right, so let me just then we're going to have it select. All right, we'll make our container type. We want to select events. Then open key editor. All right, so let's see what this does. I'll go to my visibility tab. All right, so I have my folder selected here. So let me just try this. I guess I could probably do this as a macro and then all right, so let's do show all tracks. So I'm gonna come here. So I have my strings selected. And we could also just say select okay, here we'll just come over, say. So now we see all the string parts. And let's go back. And then we could just click on show all tracks. So you could probably just do this in the macro, but I don't think we need this particular step. But you want to go channel and track visibility, show selected, project folding, unfold all tracks. edit, select all, and I just did this in the post process. But now we could come over, and once that's selected, start all of the events that are in the selected folder. So let me know if that works for you. And then you could trigger the macro or the project logical editor with a preset key command or preset. All right, so we see from Thomas, thank you for answering. I think this with the track archives. Says, I always use insert effects as opposed to effect sends. If I print a track with reverb, that would be hard to make arrangement changes with. Should I start using effect sends more? So, I think effect sends give you more flexibility with the, will give you more flexibility. If you need that flexibility, you could always print dry and then print with effects, like 2 separate mixes as well. So, but if you need that level of flexibility, it could be like if your, situations could be, okay, I know that, this is going to be, I'm working on Taylor Swift's new record and someone's going to need to do something with it in the future. Versus this is my project and I'm in control and I kind of know, where everything is in my particular in studio and my thought process. So if you need to hand it off to other people for them to be able to get it to work, or if you need to get it to work for you, the settings could be different. But I think if effect sends give you a lot more flexibility, and it will probably increase your CPU usage. Okay, great to see Jazzy Lamel on. Okay, so Communita Records asks, how can I open in the key editor modulation only or expression only with key commands and a combination of both? All right, so once we're in the editor, so let's say I want to come over here and I want to only see, I'm going to choose here to be just a modulation. Okay. So we'll say, okay, we go to CC1, we have our modulation here. So I could, now at this point, we could organize presets. So we'll say this is going to be, we're going to just... Okay, we're going to add a preset. So we'll say modulation. Okay, and let's say we want expression. So we'll come over here. I'm going to save this as a preset. So we'll add, so I will open up CC11. Here's our expression. And then we come over here. We're going to add a preset and say expression. And now maybe I wanted to have modulation and expression. So we could come over here. Let's add. So we have expression and modulation. So again, we click and we add a preset. And we'll say okay, now we could have, I think, 10 different presets when we go to organize presets. So at this point, we could, if we wanted to come over, so let's just say I will delete that preset. So we go, let's say these are now presets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so when we go to our key commands, So edit to key commands, and we will see under MIDI editors, I think it's going to be under MIDI, we'll see controller lane setup. So now we see that, those are 6, 7, 8 assign keyboard shortcuts for those 3 functions, and then you could have those recalled for you automatically. So right there in the MIDI, you'll see controller lane setup, and then you could have up to 16 different presets of different controllers. So once again, just kind of click here on the little drop-down menu, add presets, give the preset a name, and then you could put those in order when you see the organized presets, and then you're able to call them up as needed and trigger them from the MIDI remote or from keyboard shortcuts. All right, so we have Arian checking in from Belarus. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so Communita Records asks, how to increase in key editor, and then my chat field just jumped on me. Okay, so we see the question, found it. How to increase in key editor expression by 10 in open part with key command, and with multiple parts selected simultaneously, another one command. Okay, so let's say we had expression data here. Okay, and I wanted to increase the expression by a factor of 10, to increase the values here by 10. So to do that, we could go to our MIDI logical editor. Let's get to our setup, and we want to choose to transform, and we're going to say type is equal to controller, and we want to say value 1 for our controller, and this is where we define which controller it is. So let's just scroll up to controller 11, which is expression. And what do we want to do with that controller? We want to take value 2. So value 1 of a MIDI CC is the MIDI CC number, modulation, expression, volume. Value 2 is going to be the value of that particular number. So we're going to say value 2, we want to add 10. And then we could save this as a preset. And as we come here, we could just increase all the expression values by 10. You could also do by percent. So if you wanted to come here, I'll just save this as a preset. So again, transform, type is equal to controller, value 1 is going to be expression, value 2, we want to add 10. And then all the values for the selected events or within the editors will be increased. All right, so we have Robert Higgins checking in from Morro Bay. Thanks for joining us. And we have a very dedicated Ash Rebel Hen Studios checking in from Australia at 3:30 a.m. So thanks for joining us. All right, so we see, hi Greg, it's a piano track now. I have to add multi-tap delay only to mids. It should not affect the sides. This is possible. I'm asking in terms of mid-side thing. All right, so if you wanted to have the delays only on the middle part of the panning spectrum for like a mid-side processing. All right, so if you want to accomplish that, we come just find something with some piano. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to take this piano part and I'm going to add the multi-tap delay as a send. All right, so just all right, so I'm going to right click. Let's add an effects track of the multi-tap delay. So we're going to add track. Oh, let me just have it set for MIDI tracks and go to all right, so we're going to add our send of the multi-tap delay. All right, and we'll just pull up kind of a ballad echo mystifier preset here. All right, so I'm going to go to the sends here. I'm just going to switch. Alright, I'm just gonna alright, so let me open up. I'll just do a new project here real quick. Okay, so we have this. Now I'm going to add the multi-tap delay. Alright, we'll make it okay, so now when I go to my effects track, let me just try something that's a little more obvious. We'll do acoustic bounce. Okay, so let's say we have this and we hear the effect. All right, so I'll just So on the effects end, as the insert, what I'm going to do is just put the stereo enhancer plugin. And then we're just going to set this to be very kind of mono. So we can make it very wide. So that now as we play the piano, so now the delay is only in the center part of the panning spectrum. If we do it, we can now hear it kind of very spread out. And I'll just come over here. So, but now just putting the stereo enhancer after the multi-tap delay. Now it's only in the center part of the panning spectrum as opposed to being far left and right. It's just in the center. So that's how you could do kind of mid-side processing on a multi-tap delay in a piano. So. All right, so we see from Robert Higgins, I have an audio track that increases in volume over 1 minute in time. I need reverb to be full wet to start and become dry in time at 1 minute gradually. How to do this? Okay. Okay, so let's try this project here. I'll just get to the guitar part and a little bypass our processing here. So let's just. All right, so we listen to our guitar part. Okay, so let's say we're going to come here and let's say we're going to increase in time over a minute. So I'm going to just grab my automation data here and say I'm just going to grab the line tool and say, okay, this, we are going to go to our volume and say, okay, we're going to select our line tool. And as the guitar starts, we want it to get louder. Okay, so as we kind of jump to different parts. So let's say now, so we see that that volume is going to increase over time. And I want to add, let's say an effects end. So I'm going to add reverb. Okay, so we're going to add this reverb to it. All right, so now what I want to do is, we'll just say, let's go to send one. Okay, so I'm going to go to my guitar track here. And I just want the reverb to kind of do the opposite. So I want the reverb to be kind of very, we'll just say as we start here, where the guitar starts, I'm just going to automate the track a little bit. So we're going to write, and we're going to put the initial reverb value in here. Okay. So at this point, we're going to open up a second automation lane. We're going to see we should see our sends to. Here, I'll just quickly just have it show used automation. All right, so we have our send to here. And what I do is basically just kind of do the opposite. So I'm just going to draw it in manually. So as the guitar is softer, it's going to have more reverb. As it gets louder, the reverb is going to kind of just gradually fade out. And we'll fast forward just a little bit here. As that reverb, the guitar is getting louder, the reverb is kind of fading out. So if we go where we were initially. Somewhere in the middle. So that's how you could get it set up. Let me know if that's helpful for you. All right. Always wonderful to see Gerald Ely from Martinez, California. All right. So we see from Ted Springman from Los Angeles. Hi, Greg. I'm trying to find a way to mute audio and only hear track when randomly triggering ADSR envelope using MIDI. I was hoping Halion 7 could stream audio and I could use its envelopes. Thanks. So I don't know a way to kind of tie the two together. I mean, you could have MIDI messages. You know, a lot of people do this by accident. So if you wanted to assign, you know, I've seen people do this, and it's usually on accident. But if you wanted to try it, if you go to your studio menu to your like generic remote setup, you could have a MIDI remote device set up for your controller, and every time, so you could have it function in, you know, for a particular control function. So let's give it a try here just to see. So let's say I want to set this to my panorama MIDI in. Panorama, it may kind of block the message. We'll find out here. So I'm going to learn this function. So we learned that particular MIDI note when I hit my MIDI controller, and we want this to say selected track, and let's come over and mute. Okay, so now on my selected track, when I hit that button, we can see that we could play the MIDI note. So let me just add an instrument track. All right, so this, you know, since we have this function assigned to trigger so at that point you could, you know, maybe not have the track selected, but you could, so this way you could have the same MIDI note play the note and mute at the same time. So you might experiment with that. So usually people kind of create that by accident, but you could have a MIDI note, you know, do control functions like what you just saw, and still transmit MIDI to note messages. So maybe try that, Ted, and great to see you on the live stream. All right, so we see from Patrick Manuel A. Greg, while mixing lots of tracks, I need to select a specific tracks like we do with the MIDI logical editor, like selecting off notes. Is there a way to select all the 135 tracks with Project Editor on mix window? So I think if you wanted to, let's come over, let's add new project here. All right. All right, and let's see if we see if it's stored in the configuration. No, it's not going to. The selected tracks aren't going to be stored there. We could do it kind of in the. Excuse me, I just turned my phone off. So let me see if there's, we could select it, if it has a 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 in. So I'm not sure if you've named the tracks, but if you wanted to go through like Project Logical Editor, might be able to like select we'll switch this Boolean condition to OR. So you could probably, let's see if something like this works. So I want to come here, we'll select tracks with those particular names, so if it has odd numbers or even numbers, you could set up a like a Project Logical Editor preset for that. So if I now want to come over, let's do one more. So we'll say name contains, let's say 9. So let's add like 16 or 20 some tracks. All right, so now anything that name contains, you could just create stuff like that as well. So, you know, so there's probably different naming schemes that you could use for stuff like that. So you give that a try, but you know, it's usually not too hard to, you know, if we add a number of tracks, just hold down the control key and select every other track if you need it. All right, see what the next question is. Thanks for everyone for the great questions so far. All right, see Ash Rebel Hen Studios wants a Sound Goodizer plugin for Cubase 13. So. All right, so we see Patrick Manuel A. Is there a way to split a guitar spectrum into 3 parts and add separate effects to each part? The old way is just duplicate 3 times a separate track, EQ it, and do it. But I wonder if there's a new way. So let's go ahead. Let's jump back to previous one. Find the right project here. All right. All right, I'll just revert. All right, so there's probably a couple different approaches. Let's see if we can do it. So you could, you know, sidechain each like multi-band preset into different effects if you wanted to. So this way we could, you know, sidechain this, you know, just this particular frequency into something. You could also just come over, let's add effects channel to this selected. So let's just add effects channel to the selected, and let's choose Imager. All right, and we'll do 3. Okay, so now as we've done this, we'll go to our guitar part. And let's go to our sends. So we could open up the imagers here. So I'll just control click to our default value. And now we could say, okay, I just want to solo, let's say my lows on this one. Let's go to this one. We'll solo just the low mids, and let's say our high mids. And then for each of these, So now we have this effect going out to our 3 effect sends here. So then I could add a plugin. So let's say I want to add a flanger on the low frequencies. We may not have a lot of ultra low frequencies, but let's come here and put maybe delay after this. Let's say our highs here. So that way we could divide the frequency spectrum for different processing. So only the highs are being auto-panned. So we'll just kind of jump back here. So go back to our mid-range. So the mids are being delayed. So that's one approach to doing it. So all right. Okay, so we see reply regarding coloring tracks. It's not working. If I select a folder and select the color in the menu, it showed it does work. But if I'm selecting a track, it's only changing the track, not the events. And it says it seems like there's plenty of different options to change color, and I get different results. All right, so let's jump back to something that has a folder on it already. So I have all my drums in this particular folder. All right, so now if I want to, so the folders can be independently done. So make sure that you're selecting kind of the tracks within. And I think if you select the folder as well, that now we can change folder and multiple tracks. But when you're doing this, make sure that, like, if I have an event selected, so let's say I have this guitar event selected and I go to change colors, that event takes a higher priority over the tracks. So if you have, make sure that you have no events selected, and then make sure that you are just have the channel selected but no events, and then you could change accordingly. So let's try that, Burnt. Okay, so we see from Patrick how to use MIDI transformer function, why it's there. Okay, so let's say we had in a library that only responded to, like a string library that responded only to expression data, but I don't have an expression pedal on my particular controller, but I have a modulation wheel. So if I don't have a physical expression like controller pedal input and I wanted to use my modulation wheel as expression, what I could do now is use the transform function. So if we wanted to, take existing information, and let's see if it's input transform. Okay, so, and let's say if we switched libraries where, okay, so I'm going to come over here. Let's add a quick instrument track. Okay, so I have an event here. Right, so this is and I did it in one orchestral library, and it sounded amazing, and everything is that library responded to modulation. Okay, now I need that library, I'm switching it to a different library that responds to expression. So now we could come over here to the transformer, and we'll say we're going to take our MIDI data, and we'll say, our type is equal to controller 1. So again, we'll say our expression, so MIDI controller equals modulation, and what I want to do is to take that and take value 1 modulation and turn it into expression. So now we'll come over here, we'll say we're going to go from controller 1 to controller 10. So we're going to add 10 to the value of that. So now we see that we have modulation data, and if I choose to, let's see if we go to MIDI to freeze the MIDI modifiers. Okay, so we'll come here, go to MIDI, freeze the MIDI modifiers. So I could do this without having to change all the data, without having to use Logical Editor. You could try out different controllers as well. So we'll just say freeze MIDI modifiers, and now when we double click on it, it's not modulation, but it is now expression data. So we transformed an existing MIDI CC to another CC, and we could do it in real time without having to commit the data. So if I needed to pass it on to someone, I don't have to necessarily extract the MIDIs. I don't have to alter MIDI CC1. If I needed to go back to another instrument, I could take that MIDI CC1, turn it into MIDI CC11 with a transformer function. See, Gerald Ely likes Ash Rebel Hen Studio's concept of a sound goodizer plugin. So, all right, so we see Filter Freak says, hi Greg, do you know if Steinberg will release any Cubase t-shirts? My Cubase 7.51 has finally got a bit small. So usually, like, I think the shirts can be kind of dependent on your region. So sometimes having the shirts produced in Europe and shipping them to America was always like really, the unit cost per shirt was kind of silly for shipping charges. So I think at times we didn't bring in a lot of kind of Cubase shirts so I don't necessarily see all the, since I'm geolocated web-wise in the United States, I don't see all the available options in other countries that do sell the merchandise. But I haven't heard of anything, but I'll definitely ask about it and see if they're planning on doing some merchandise. So I don't have a Cubase 7.5 shirt either, so I would like that one. All right, so we see Shane Hay just says, hey everyone, thought I'd pop in. Been a while. How's everyone? Hope everyone's okay. So it's great to see you back. Okay. All right, so we see, hi Greg, if I save score layouts, where are they stored on my Windows machine? Same question for my custom key commands. So if you go to, I think I may have, you'll see kind of a preset folder. So if you're on, so Windows is going to be, I can show you on Mac, but it's not going to do any good. But let me just pop over. I think I have a screenshot where you could access it. Like if you go to like your start menu, you'll see like Steinberg Cubase 12. Then you'll see the user settings data folder. That's where it's going to be stored, probably in the presets folder. So look in there. So go to your start menu. I don't have Windows 11. It may be slightly different, but go to your start menu, go to all programs, and then you'll see the user settings data folder, and then that's where they're going to be stored on Windows. All right, so Doug O asks, can I detect hit points on a MIDI part, i.e., so I can then apply quantize? So you could quantize MIDI without hit points. So what hit points are determined to find kind of the rhythmic transients of an audio file, because we may have a contiguous recording, but whereas MIDI, we have a distinct MIDI note on, note off message. So we could come over here, select all your MIDI, and quantize it without, there's no need for hit points. So I will just quickly come over here and say, okay, let's quantize it to, whatever value you want. So if we just come to, let's say, our quantize panel, okay, let's make it whole notes. So you don't have to do any hit points to quantize MIDI. So because MIDI itself, each MIDI note has a distinct note on, note off as part of the MIDI note message, and Cubase knows where that is and can work with that. All right, so we have a question. Could you run through how to use the auto create expression map feature based on instrument key switches, or does it only work for certain instruments? So it's available to work with all instruments. I think East West utilizes it, as well as all the Steinberg instruments. I'm not sure if other companies have implemented it. If not, you could always reach out to them and tell them that you would like to see it. But to access the functionality, all you have to do for the instruments that support it is where we go into the MIDI editor, and you go to the expression map, just come here and say import key switches, and then all the key switch information is automatically extracted for you. Okay. Great to see John Costigan back. I'm not sure if you're on Friday's live stream. I think we missed you. All right, but he says Cubase 13 will have a head spinning button that will add a Leslie tone cabinet to your singing in perfect tune. So don't spill the secrets, John. All right. All right, so we see Peter just says, disregard my message about Greg being late. I had to reload YouTube and found out he was 35 minutes behind. So, well, it's good. Sometimes, in past, there's times where sometimes I'll lose the audio connection, and then, I'm presenting for 10 or 15 minutes, and I don't see the comments because I'm far behind, but I'm glad it wasn't that situation. And we're glad that you're able to listen in live. All right, so you see Patrick Manuvel A. It says, Greg, your current step designer, MIDI Echo, or Apache SX are ancient models, and it's not up-to-date trend, so it needs new design and not inspiring. So if updates makes sense and value for money. So I think a lot of times, we'll see what comes in Cubase 13, but a lot of times you could use you could use your own user settings with the with the Apache SX or with our Apache like the bigger one. So make sure that you're with the Apache SX that you're actually so just because it may not have like a super slick user interface doesn't mean that the functionality is not there. So see, Shane Hayes says, interesting. Did you buy 2 pairs of sandals recently? Serious question. So I haven't bought sandals in a while. So I'm not sure if it's directed to me. Oh, maybe to Ash Rebel Hen Studios. Okay. All right, so we see question in Cubase 12 Pro, is there a way to have the pre's default to being shown when I select a mix console? Right now I have to manually turn it on each time. It always learns so much from you, Greg. So if it's kind of stored as part of the template, it'll be stored. Let's go ahead and give it a shot. So let's come over here. We'll make a new template. So it could be like what you're starting out from. So let's say I want to add 5 audio tracks. We go to the mix console, and my mix console, I go to the racks, and the pre is turned on. Okay, so we can see that. All right, so I'm going to save this as a template, and we'll just call this template 2 and hit OK. Okay, so I'm going to close this project. Let's do a new project, and we'll start off with template 2. Great. Choose a folder. And now let's open up the mix console. Get the right key, and then the pre's are set. So it's probably whatever project you're starting off with, or if you're starting with a template, doesn't have the pre's enabled. Once that's enabled and you're starting off with that, then the pre's will show up. So, maybe just start off with a particular template, then the pre's will be available to use immediately without having to activate them manually. All right, so we see Donald Duck just asking, will we see Cubase's scratchpad function like Studio One in future multiple arranger sections? So we'll see what comes in future versions, but I'll mention that, people are wanting that. All right, so we see from Rashid, who asks, how can I use a 32-bit plugin in Cubase 22? So I'll assume it's Cubase 12. I see the correction below. Oh, sorry. So there are wrappers that are still available. So if you absolutely needed to run a 32-bit plugin, or as that 32-bit plugins are going to be, they're going to introduce a lot of system instability for your Cubase environment. But you could check out, there are wrappers for 32-bit plugins that could still work. So, and the name of the one is just escaping me now. I'm sure someone will mention it in the comments field. But those can still work. So we didn't prevent that from working. We just, we took our 32-bit plugin wrapper out because it just causes a lot of problems for people. So we see Nick says, hi Greg, wondering if you got my email about the monitor selection thing on the control room. I didn't get a chance to check it out, but if you wanted to ask it again, I think it was just a change in the level of the control room. So, check, like when you come here to the down mix presets, one other thing to check out also is settings. If we go, let's say, to the monitor section here, let's say, and I think it was going from quad, and I don't have my speakers wired up, or I got a chance to check it, but maybe if you go here, let's say you're going from quad to stereo, let me just add. But check how the the gain here is set. Maybe when going to quad stereo, but I'll try to let me click over my throat. I'll try to get I have a surround hooked up, but I don't have it physically connected, wired up in my studio to monitor with it yet. So, but I should have some time tomorrow to get that going. All right, so we see Patrick says, does Cubase offer free updates to Hollywood composers because everyone's using it? So I have doubt, but do they offer them any discount special for them? I don't know any of them that get free versions. They generally all buy software. They realize the value of supporting the tools that they use, and it's so it's a very important thing for them to know to support that, because they know that they want people to go see the movie, and that it's such the focus point of their workflow that most people, I don't know any of the composers that get free versions, they all tend to buy it, and it's a very insignificant price for the functionality that they get with using Cubase. All right, so we see from Res Rivers, I was wondering if there's any update for Cubase 11 that's compatible with the new iOS Sonoma 14. So I guess it's maybe Mac OS Sonoma. So, I think there are some graphics issues. I don't think they're going to go back to Cubase 11 to make it work with Mac OS Sonoma. And it was never stated that it would work, and you could always reach out to Apple as well, because if something didn't work in Mac OS Sonoma that was working previously, then maybe the onus is on them. So perhaps. All right, so we have from Cubase user question: how to do volume or frequency ducking between the kick and the 808 in Cubase for a loud match between the two. So I guess it's probably like side chaining, I assume. So let's come over. All right, so let's say we'll listen to this as kind of a like I want to hear the kick better, so I want the dynamics of the synth part to be controlled so that the kick comes through. So I'm going to take the synth part, go to the inserts, we're just going to put a compressor on it, we're going to activate the sidechain. And then we're going to tell it what channel we want to trigger the sidechain. So now at this point, as we hit play, we could have the compression. So whatever you want to duck down, put a compressor, VST3 compressor on there, And then at that point, activate sidechain and go to the sidechain setup and tell what track that you want to trigger the dynamics of that. So let me know if that's what you're wanting to find out about. If not, let me know if I misunderstood. Okay. Okay, so we see from Mike Pasco. Hi, Greg. I have a problem with Cubase 12 Pro with automation. When I try to raise a track fader level up, it stops at certain level and does not move up. This time it's minus 7.15 and I can't raise it. Okay, so let me know, like, as you're doing this, if like, you know, if you're driving it from a controller or you're driving it from the fader of the unit. So let's say if I want to just take this. So let's say if you're doing the fader here, is this fader stopping at minus 7.15, or is it a control surface whose fader is stopping at minus 7.15? Some control surfaces will have what's called nulling. So let's say your physical fader, I'll just open up the mix console is here to explain this. So what nulling can do on, you know, especially with non-motorized faders, let's say this is where your fader is, but let's say your physical fader position that's being used for the controller is here. So sometimes it will automatically kind of catch when you get to the appropriate value and kind of catch there, or sometimes it will, you know, raise the initial value based upon the physical position and kind of keep it relative. So if you're using a control surface, sometimes, you know, the control surface, how the fader is transmitting the information and how it's trying to accommodate for where the fader is at in the software value versus where the fader physically is may have that choice. So let me know if you get the same results if you're just moving the software fader or not, or if it's just from a physical fader that you're running into this. So Mike, if you could let me know that, that'd be great. All right, we see value question. While I'm exporting these samples for a pack, is it possible to export the individual length of every sample, or do I always have to reset the project marker? So if you have a number of different, so let's say like these drums here were all separate samples and we wanted to export them. One of the things that you could do also is just come here, we'll select, and let's say these are all separate. Go to your file menu, and if you didn't want to use the left and right locators to set, come over here and you could choose to export selected events. So we have kind of the same processing capabilities, but now we could export these as separate events into a particular file path. So that way we don't have to use the left and right locators to set that. We could just take all the events that are on one particular track and their natural length of the event is automatically preserved for you. So let me know if that's helpful. All right. All right, so we have the artist the artist known as Love checking in from New York. He wants people to hit the like button. Okay. Right, my chat field just jumped. Sorry. Okay, I think I'm getting close to where I was. Sorry. Okay, so Jazzy Little Mal says, greetings, Greg. I was working with 2 tracks that was separate, and then I glued both of them together, but I was not able to raise the gain in it for some reason. Can you tell me what I did wrong? So it's probably that. All right, so let's come here. Let's say we'll just glue like these 2 events. So now we come here, we can't adjust the gain. So what you have to do is, because it's transformed from an event into a part. So now double click, and then you have the part editor, and you may just have this kind of in the lower zone as well. It's probably where it'll go. So now when you're in the part editor, here's where you could adjust the gain within the part editor, because we're taking multiple events and putting it into a single, and we have like these clip gains are for the individual events, but now the events are together in a part. So double click, launch the part editor, and then you get adjust the gain on each part. All right, so we have Brian Sawyer Sr. from Bealville, North Carolina. We hope that all your work on your house is going okay and your mold remediation is going well. Okay, so we see from Aga Masvas, hello, nice stream, please. If it is possible to show us how to make mapping of a MIDI controller. So if you want to do it in like the MIDI remote, really all you have to do is let me just plug in a little Choy Sauce controller here. I'm going to plug it in. All right, hang on 1 second. Maybe unplugged power wise. Hang on. All right, so if we're gonna do like a new device, let me just get our controller set up here. We will click on the plus sign, and then when you're on the plus sign, you could come over here. We'll say, okay, like what device is it? So I'm gonna say I have a Nectar. I'll say P1. All right, and I'm going to choose the MIDI in and out ports. All right, and then we're going to say, let's create a control surface. So I'm going to just make this kind of narrow, like we'll bring this up here. So we'll go to our Nectar, and what we want to do is to just start adding like different control components. Right. All right, I'll give it a different name, sorry. All right, it made one already. So all right, so just do okay, so now we want to basically say, okay, I have faders. So once I come over here, I'm going to grab a fader. Let's make it larger. And then I move the faders, and this will automatically kind of populate. So basically, you could create kind of the layout. I have this many knobs, and move the particular knobs, move the controllers, add different switches. And then once we have all these particular functions, all you have to do, once it's kind of laid out like the physical controls that you want to access, double click, and then you could go to the mapping assistant and assign functions. And you could have multiple pages. So if you wanted to come and only, if you wanted to take the same limited controllers and switch between different pages, you could do that. And then each knob or button you can just click on, and a lot of times you could just say, come right here, right click on event, say pick up for MIDI remote mapping, and say I want that assigned to this button and apply the mapping, close, and then that particular knob will automatically be controlling that function. Now there may be a lot of scripts that are already available to download as well. You probably find them on the Cubase Nation Discord. All right, so we see from Makis Zanis, how you use an analog summing device. How can I compensate for the delay causing the summing mixer? The hardware outputs in Cubase is not the delay measurement of the effects outputs has. So, you could treat it as what I would do is just treat it as an external effect. And once you're here, you could just say, okay, I want to go to my studio, to my audio connections, and let's add an external effect. So let's say these outputs are going, out to my summing, and the output of my summing is coming into these inputs. So let's say we'll come over here, we have our stereo compressor. So I'll just come over here, let's add an external device, let's make it stereo. I want to now come here, say this is our summing mixer. And then on my master bus, we'll come here, scroll over. So this is our stereo out, and just put it, go to external plugins, and we'll say, we just have our external effect, and then this is the summing mixer, and then you could just ping the delay. So instead of going out of instead of going out of the master out and back in, just put it as a master on the master bus, on the stereo out bus, as an external effect, and then you can compensate for the delay compensation. See, Michael Team says, as soon as Cubase 13 hits, somebody will be asking about Cubase 14. That clever person is usually Gareth. So, but yeah, it's inevitable. So, okay, Michael Teams wants everyone to whack the like buttons. All right, so we see from Alessandro, Ponte, is it possible to set up a MIDI editor lane preset as default for every track, or do I have to set them all up by selecting a previous setup position? Hope my question is clear enough. So it will maintain the, I think, within the track. So let's come over here. Let's add a MIDI track. We'll just test it just to make sure. All right. So we have this. We'll go into, and let's say for a preset here, I did for Nari Soul, to show her this feature. All right, now let's do, so if I add another MIDI track here, so let's say, okay, I have a pad shop track, we'll double click. I think we're in the same, so I think it's going to be dependent on the track, but let's see if, so we go back up to this one, and the logic of this is you may have different MIDI CCs in this track that don't exist in other tracks. So let's come here and let's say I just want my mod and expression preset that we made earlier. Sorry about that. So, but let's see if there is a, we go to presets, let's see if there's, wonder if we save a preset maybe as default. Sometimes that might. And let me go to a new project. So it looks like if you save it as default, under the name default, that the controller lanes will be preserved, and that will be the default setup. All right, so a question from Shane. Hey, I have a question. Why do my expression maps on my templates never save with my template? Recently changed some VST plugins and add own expression map, save, not showing an expression. I have to select it again. So I haven't come across that, but see if like once, so let's see what happens here. We go to this expression map. So I wonder if you, for the instruments that you have that you're not utilizing, if there's a way. Let's see if we could just. Maybe just remove, see if you come here, you see this little minus sign. Maybe remove that expression map from your new template and see if that makes a difference, and then resave the template, Shane. See, Brian Sawyer Sr. says, wow, I love it when you show me what I didn't know I had in Cubase character plugin. All right. All right, Alessandro Ponti. Is it possible to select a MIDI editor lane preset outside the MIDI editor? Let's say the track inspector, or when creating a track. So I don't think it's not like having your expression and because we have the tracks, but the MIDI expressions themselves are in not the tracks, but in the events on the tracks. So I don't think that it would make sense to have, so I don't know of a way to have the, CC data in the different controller lanes visible here because it needs, they live and their home is in, not at the track level, but at the event level. So I don't think that there is, but let me know like if you would find that faster, if you need to set it here. I think if we trigger the keyboard shortcut to do that, so let's say I have just velocity now. I want to go to my MIDI remote and let's trigger this key to do a controller setup. Okay, so let's say if I have this selected and now double click. So yeah, it doesn't allow you to do it unless you're in the editor because that's where all this CC data lives. All right. So we see Leonardo Santz saying hi from England. Thanks for joining us today. Glad you can make the live stream. All right, so we see Leonardo Santz asks, could you please show us some way to use Groove Agent to create some EDM hi-hats variations or kind of trigger mode, if you know what I mean? So probably not don't understand, but we'll take a look at some things that you could do. So let's come over, let's add Groove Agent SE. Sometimes doing delays, I remember just getting a little, like when VST instruments are new, my friend Clay Oswald just did a little demo project for us, and he just did all sorts of, like, just a very simple thing, but just did delays on snare and hat. So let me just see if we could mimic that. Right. And with Groove Agent, Groove Agent full version has also like high, it will have note repeat function. So we'll just take a look, like some stuff that we could do here. So say we just have our hi-hat, but let's say at this point, all right, I'm going to select this hi-hat. Let's go to our mixer and let's just say on send one, I just want to do like a multi-delay. Let's make it maybe like, all right, so I'll just kind of, let's say we'll trigger that hi-hat. Okay. And now we'll go back to edit. We'll go to the amp section. All right, and let's just go back to our mixer. Just put my delay on here. And then if you wanted to do all right, so let's say we want to so I mean just putting on some different style effects could do that, but if you have like a but I'll show you just a little bit of like the full version of Groove Agent. So you didn't specify SE, but if you have the full version of Groove Agent, all right, so with this you have the perform function, so we could activate it, and so this will allow you to do, and then you can trigger these from different MIDI note messages. So let's say, okay, I just wanted to double click here and I'll assign my MIDI notes. All right, so in the full version of Groove Agent, you have this note repeat. So you come here, and then let's come to this one and assign our trigger note. So you could do different note repeats and change the rhythms up right there. So let me know if that makes sense for what you want to do. Okay, so we see Robert Higgins just says, thank you, Greg. So you're welcome. All right, so Communita Records. Thank you, Greg. One update and opening parts in the key editor from folder. Please, could you update list editor for opening all parts without selecting a folder, but by name strings for touch OSC setup? Okay. Okay, so I'll just add number of instrument tracks here, or I'll duplicate this one a couple times. Okay, so let's say strings. Okay, so let's say I have And we'll just call this brass, cello, triangle. Okay, so we have a number of different tracks. Let's say I don't have this selected. So I guess you want to open them up, the one that says strings, and open the list editor. Okay, so we'll go to your project, to project logical editor. Let's get it set up. I want to so let's okay, so we want to select track, and we'll say name equals strings. Then we'll say open list editor. Okay, so I have my cello, so we'll come here, then you could just have your strings automatically open the list editor track for you. So let me just reread that, make sure it kind of makes sense. Could you update list editor for opening all parts without selecting a folder by name strings for TouchOSC setup? So yeah, so I think that would work. So just, and then save that as preset. So then you can see just that one particular event is just opened up. So let me know if that's helpful. Okay, so we see Steinberg Rookie asks, how do I utilize step input where notes are not snapped to the grid? Even when I turn snap off and use step input, it will sometimes snaps to working. It still somehow snaps to the grid. I want to have live MIDI info. So if you're doing step entry, you know, kind of by definition is going to put the events on the grid. If you just wanted to play live stuff, you know, the intention of step entry, you know, and it's kind of old school sequencing where, okay, I enable step entry, you know, it's step entry is kind of intrinsically aligned to the grid. So it allows you to put in, you know, basically everything, you know, straight from the particular grid. Let me just hide, just come here to okay, so you know when we have our particular step entry value, you know, so that's supposed to be played to grid. If you don't want to play to the grid, all you have to do is literally just, you know, put Cubase into record, you know, and you know, so if you want it to be off the grid, step entry is not probably the best choice. So I'll just put Cubase in record here. I'll just let it get past its, and now if you don't want it with a grid at all, so I don't hear the click. But, you know, but step entry is designed, you know, specifically to enter notes to the grid. So just place, if you don't want that, just place Cubase and record, turn the click off, and just enter in notes, and then it will be not aligned to the grid whatsoever. Okay, so we see Patrick Emanuel A says, Greg, what is your thought about the repeater in MIDI Echo? We can't make our own. ARPs like we do, in that we have pitch modulate, but it's not working out like it does in repeater. Okay, so, you know, if we wanted, you know, let's take a look at the MIDI repeater. So if we wanted to come here, so, you know, there's a couple of different ways of utilizing kind of a repeater type functionality for MIDI. Oh, wrong project, sorry. Okay, so if you're not familiar with like what the MIDI Echo plugin does, you can come over here. We'll just activate. So let's say I have a particular patch loaded up here. So if we wanted to come over here, we could say, okay, I want to take my, you know, instead of playing one note, I can now have. So I'm just basically playing, and I'll just open this up so you can see it a little easier. So I'm just going to play a basic chord. And then we could choose to have different, you know, repetitions. And you could have kind of polyphonic stuff going on. So if you want to just and we could change kind of the rhythmic delay of it. So if you say, okay, I want it to come over here, we want to do this more as straight eighth notes. And you could adjust the delay decay. So if you want it to be very short, or if you want, and if you wanted the number of repeats, if you wanted the velocity to go negatively down for each repeat. So we come over here and say, let's do 16ths. And you could also just do pitch offsets. So you say, now if you want to do kind of like some other, you know, if you wanted to do your own ARPs, you know, that's when you could utilize the Apache SX. So let's say I just want to grab an event here. So if you wanted to make your own, it's just a different tool to do it. So let's just grab media loops, and I'll just grab a quick. All right, so say I want this, so I just drag this to a sequence. So, and now this, I could take my own sequences and, you know, just drag them right on. So now when I play, yeah, I would find something that's a little more interesting. Just try Latin disco. So now I could just again drag over my own patterns here, and as I would play different chords, so drag these in right here, and as we just play, and at that point. So you could have kind of, both of those going together. So if you want to just have it, trigger different arpeggios of your own, use the Apache SX, and then there's a lot of control you have over that. And if you want it to do particular functions, so if you want to make your own, then use the Apache SX. So. Okay, so we have Khan-sun asks, how would I create a dry and wet channel and do the routing like for parallel compression? So this is kind of a great way to do like, groups. So all you'd have to do is come over here. I'm going to add group channels. So say we're going to add 2 group channels. All right. And we're going to say this vocal, and we could go to our send. So I'm going to take this vocal, we'll send it to our stereo out. All right, and now what I want to do is to send it to group 1 and group 2. So 1 is dry. These are parallel paths. So I will just put these to the same level. So when we listen to our vocals, we can now come over here. Let's do like, if you want to do parallel compression on this, we can say, okay, let's just get to, we could squash the compression on this channel and maybe EQ it, make it a little brighter. And then we could blend those 2 signals together. So when we take our vocal, it's sending it out to this group and this group, but these 2 groups are processed differently. So as we listen to it here. The guys, let's both lose. Me like I need you to. So then you can find a balance between the 2 different parallel paths, audio-wise. All right, so we see from Got Your about, and his question is about the lower zone. What was the tab command that lets you jump between faders, inserts, and sends in the lower zone mixer? So it's just page up and page down on your computer keyboard. All right, second question. Also, the sync mixer from the main mixer doesn't always work. I want left and right zones. Work on lower mixers. It seems to work sometimes, other times it doesn't. Maybe I'm missing a step. Okay, so let's say if we have this set up, and I want on, we'll go to the visibility to zones. All right, and let's say I want my fader to always be on anchored to the right, like we see here. Okay. Now we could sync, select project and mix console 1. So when we do this, now we go to our mix console 1. Now we may have to, these settings I believe are independent of each other for the zones. So now once we come over here, we could, so they're going to be independent of each other. So you may want different things in this mixer view versus the full mixer view. All right, so we have DL White sending love from Texas. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so we have Louis Che just says, I recently bought VST Live because it was on sale, but I'm not sure what to do with it. Can you show me some basic cool features to start using it? Yeah, so VST Live is really kind of set up as more of a performance tool. So we'll come over, just open this up. So basically what you could have is a set, and a set can have songs, and the songs could have parts within them. So we'll just come over, and we could export our projects from Cubase as a media project and import them, export it from VST Live into Cubase as well. So let's say we have this open. Now what we could do is we could have, it's set up where we could have, like if you're performing live with keyboards, you could have different layers. So this way you can say, okay, on this particular, we could have the verse chorus setup of each song. We could have different stacks, and these could be audio effects. So if you had a guitar that's connected to a particular input and you wanted to process it through plugins, and you want those plugins to change at different parts of the songs, it could do that. You want your instruments that you're playing on keyboards and virtual instruments and external MIDI to change when you go into the chorus or the bridge. All that information can be set up. And everything can be kind of set up, again, songs into sets, and you could have layers, and you could have, different parts, and we could think of parts as being verse, chorus, intro. Once we go to the mixer, now we could also just, have different modules. So if you wanted to see just like the actual lyrics, you could have show up. You could also just kind of switch to be on, so we could have your set list here. These could be all your different songs, so that everything could automatically be set up, and if you wanted to change the order very easily. So a lot of stuff that's just kind of really set up so you could see your different tracks here. You could control, you could have your lyric track so that, you could have lyrics show up on your iPad. You could have the chord charts show up. So, like the last live gig I did, my friend that I was playing with, just, we spent an inordinate amount of time. He had a separate playback for backing tracks, a hardware device. He had a laptop that was controlling his mixer. He had one display that showed chords for him and another musician, and he had a monitor for his lyrics so that his lyrics would update. And he had 6 or 7 different systems, and instead of trying to get all those 7 systems to work, we could just do it all in VST Live. So it's not intended to be like a traditional DAW where you're doing your editing and stuff like that. You could do editing in here, but the intention is to kind of like take your Cubase projects, take it into VST Live, and then you could do the whole live performance of, if you had the pro version, controlling all the lights, controlling up to 6 different video screens. All that technology could be handled in one central source of VST Live. All right. All right, so we see from DL White that Imager trick is awesome. Thanks for the question and answer. All right, so we see Gaming Octopus. When I use set random values between for velocity variation using transformer, I can't seem to figure out how to see the actual velocity variations. I can only hear them. Is there a way to freeze? So if you want to freeze the variations, all you'd have to do is on the particular track. So let's say, okay, you had an arpeggiator, and it's on this track. So let's go ahead and look at this track, and you could do it from the project window. So select the event and come up here and you'll see freeze MIDI modifiers, and now you see how that transformed this event. So I put this MIDI plugin on, and we'll zoom in so we see kind of basic chords. I go to my MIDI menu to freeze MIDI modifiers, and now the arpeggio is automatically embedded. So it's not playing back in real time, it's actually now transformed. It's frozen the MIDI plugin onto the event itself. All right, it's always wonderful to see Pablo on the live stream. Michael Teens is very happy. Pablo's forgotten his questions. He probably needs coffee. See, Pablo says Greg is the iconic guy in Steinberg's world. So it's probably more the developers and product planners. I get to show the great work that they do. So they're the really smart people, and I just am lucky to communicate what they've designed to people. So I don't deserve the credit, they do. There you see Pablo's number 74 like. All right, so we see question, is it possible to do ducking delay with Cubase? All right, so let's say we have a delay here on this. Let's say we have. All right, so I'm going to add an effect send to this. All right, and we'll just put a delay on it. Let's just do like a ping pong delay. And a lot of the built-in delays will have side chaining. So I'm going to duplicate this track here. So right click, let's duplicate track, and I'm going to set the side chain to be on the duplicated track. Okay, so we'll set vocal duplicate, and I think that we could, let's just take a listen to it. I'll just route this, or turn the volume down, or route it externally. So now the delay is not going to occur. The gods, let's both lose. Let me like I need you to. So we just have this, when we go to our sends here, this is just going out. That was automatically routed to the side chain, so that when she's singing, the delay kicks back. The gods, let's both lose. And now. Let me like I need you to. So you use kind of the built-in delays, and then you're able to do ducking quite easily. And also, as Pablo mentioned, the multi-tap delay has ducking capabilities in it. All right, so we see Ness asks, hi Greg, when I dissolve a drum track, then I see all the drum instruments on multiple tracks. Do I have to load Easy Drummer in each track, or can I do that one by one? So let's go ahead and I'll show you. So if it's an instrument track, it will automatically load the particular instruments up for you, so you don't have to do it. So we'll come here to this project. Okay, so I will take this and let's look at our VSTI rack, and I'll make them all. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is we have this drum part. When I go to MIDI to dissolve part, so you can see how many instruments we have here. All right, let me just open it up here so we can see it a little. Okay, so now I'm going to dissolve the part. So go to MIDI and dissolve part. All right, so now I'm going to separate the pitches. We'll hit process and we look at our instrument rack again. And you can see that it's now added the instances of the drums automatically to each instrument. So if it's an instrument track, it should automatically just add those instruments for you automatically. All right, so we see, could you explain how works the arranger track, please? Okay, so the arranger track is going to allow us to take a linear arrangement where we have kind of like a beginning, a middle, and end, and it's going to allow us to turn that into kind of a non-linear arrangement that kind of jumps around. Okay, so let's say we have our arrangement here. I'll just kind of tighten this up a little bit. Okay, and I've defined on my arranger track here different parts of the song. So, and once we have an arranger track, all we have to do is grab the pencil tool. We can say this is a guitar solo, this is a bridge, I like this little vamp part. They could overlap each other. So you can define different parts of your song, and these parts will show up. We'll just do a new arranger chain. So we'll create chain. So what I want to do is say, okay, I want verse 1, I want to go to the intro, refrain 1, let's go to the first chorus, let's go here, let's do 1 bar chorus, and let's do 1 beat, and we'll do that 4 times in a row. So instead of playing linearly through, when we activate this icon, it will just, and we could store different versions. So if you wanted a 30-second version for a jingle, a 60-second, a 2-minute version, you could just come over here and have multiple play orders. So I'm going to grab, let's say, chain 1, and I'll just say, okay, let's go to my intro, and instead of playing straight from left to right, it'll now just kind of jump. So continuing straight on. So that way we could jump around as we see fit. When we go to our arranger setting here, if we wanted to turn this into a linear arrangement where it's like straight from beginning to end, we could just click on flatten chain. So it allows us to experiment with different arrangement ideas very quickly. All right, so I just see from Patrick Manuel A. says Greg on Spotlight. I saw he's very old. He says the Steinberg engine is the best sounding among other DAWs. Out of curiosity, what's the engine means? Explain briefly what he talks about. Do DAWs have sound? So there are different ways which, all DAWs will be zeros and ones that process data. Now, sometimes not every DAW will do delay compensation. So Steinberg was the first company that did delay compensation, so that when you had plugins wherever they were in your mixer, the tracks would be compensated for. Hardware delays were compensated for. So as we work with this, now how we do processing when we add effects, now usually audio engines aren't significant until you actually change something in the playback of the audio. So if there's no change in the source, if you don't change the volume, but let's say you start adding effects. Now, it used to be some audio engines were fixed point because of the DSP that they used to process the audio, and that had a limited range of processing. So, and then the computer processors were using floating point, and just about everything has gone to floating point, so that we could have a 24-bit audio signal, process it through effects, and still maintain the original 24-bit signal, but incorporate the new information of the mix engine with the 32-bit floating point, so that the original 24-bit audio is intact. And then we could add additional room, think of it like an expanding suitcase, if you will, and that will basically play and have all of the mix engine without affecting the original quality of the audio. So now that we have 32-bit integer recording with like the URC interfaces and the AXR interfaces, we've bumped that up to 64-bit. But during all of the processing, there's very careful attention to make sure that none of the audio, the sonic integrity of the audio, is never affected, just to make a quick function happen. So that's why a lot of times people, that use Cubase in and out, they could tell immediately, Teddy Riley is really good at this. He could tell you what DAW you did your project in, and he could get it right every single time. And, for the people like that, they appreciate what Steinberg brings to the table with their audio engine, and they appreciate it. So, gives you an idea. All right, so we see Ash Rebel Hen Studios says, Greg, I missed the end of the imager trick you did. Can we get Jan to time code it to watch it later, or could you show it again? So, I do all the time code stamps for all the topics covered in the live stream. So, but, basically what I did is I took, find just a quick source here. Let's say I want to take this guitar loop. Okay, so we'll just solo this loop here. So if I wanted to divide the frequencies, I'm going to add effects channels to it. And I'm going to add the Imager plugin. All right, and we'll just add 2. It's not like a full resolution. All right, so I want to go to this particular insert. So we'll go to the sends. We'll just go to the sends of this. So these are going to be going out to the Imager. And what I want to do in this Imager is just solo maybe just this band, and I'm going to, we'll make it 2 band here. And now on this Imager, on the low frequencies, where we go to the inserts, we see the Imager. I want to have a different plugin. So let's put flanging. All right, and let's go to the second imager. And we'll make this just, again, 2 bands. And on this, I want to put, on the second imager, let's just put a delay on the high frequencies. And we'll make it just... So now the delays are only on the high frequencies of that guitar part. So if we mute this... And we could have different effects and different frequency ranges. So you can get creative like that. All right. All right, wonderful to see Robbie Bowling from Dallas, Texas. All right, we see Michael Pierce on the live stream. Great to have you on. It says hello from a soon-to-be drowned UK. So we hope that you're not affected. It's just typical UK rain. All right. You see, it's raining and windy in Spain, in Galicia, where Pablo is. See, Ash Rebel Hen Studio says, Greg does it? Wow, is there anything he can't do? So, lots of things. All right. I'm just an idiot savant for Cubase stuff. All right. All right, just finding my spot. Sorry. Okay, I think I'm roughly where we were. Let me see if I can find a spot. All right. Okay, so we see from Communita Records, will there be a new version of controller CC121 by Steinberg? Because the old one, I think, that has the last pieces and chops, and people love working with that. So nothing has been announced. Unfortunately, sometimes, Yamaha, their big, huge factory make a zillion products. So if something doesn't get to a particular sell-through rate, it could be discontinued. But the CC121 has like the fader that's in the CC121 was actually from the DM2000, so I'm not sure if that fader is still being made, and that could be the reason that the CC121, but nothing's been announced as far as control surfaces, unfortunately. All right, we see Benny just apologizing for being late. So you don't have to apologize because you hit the like button. So, but yeah, we're not in school, so you don't get a tardy slip or anything. So, but we're glad that you're able to make it join us today. All right, so we see from Cubase user question how to render guitar reverb only on a new track, and how to get the faders panning to be 5.1 or 7.1 in a stereo project. All right, so let's say I have a reverb on this. I'll just change. So I'm going to add a reverb. Okay, so now we'll just come over and say, all right, so let's say I want to render the reverb separately. All you'd have to do is come over here. We can just say export audio mix down. We can say, let's take our revelation, and after export, we will create a new audio track and export audio. And then this will be our reverb return as we listen to it here. So, you just export the track. And let's see, there may be, so that's an easy way of doing it. So just get to your export to audio mix down, and then you could just select your reverb, and after export, put it as create an audio track. Okay, so a question from Patrick Manuel. Pre-question, I don't know, it's a marker track or an arranger track, but he just selected the alt and globally copied and pasted in other places. Can I global copy paste with the alt key? Show us how. So let's say if we have our events here, I'll just hide this. So let's say so if we have the range tool, I could just come and hold down Control or Command plus Shift, and I could globally select everything and then move it and hold down the Alt or Option key and just make a copy. So again, to globally select a range, Control or Command plus Shift, and then move the range and hold down the Alt or Option key, and that will just make a copy of it. So if I do it right again, that's all you had to do. So give that a try, Patrick. Let me know if that's what you saw. All right, so we see from Steinberg MIDI. Hey, Greg, I think I forgot the feeling of how to make Cubase remember the last note length. Do you remember? All right, so if it's the last, so it's probably, let's say if you go to the advanced quantize, we just set this up so I can get my quantize up a little bit. Okay. Okay, how to make, I forgot the setting on how to make Cubase remember the last note length. Do you remember? So I'm not sure if it's like when we go, let's go maybe to our, all right, so I'm not sure if it's like quantize the MIDI event ends. Like, so if I want to come here and we choose to, let's say my quantize value is set, that we can now just go, I'm afraid I may be misunderstanding, but let's say if we quantize the event length ends, that, we could do that based on the quantized value. So, but let me know if I'm misunderstanding. Sorry about that, Steinberg MIDI. You see Michael Pierce just very kindly, in a very British manner, just talking about his experience with with some discontinued SSL hardware. Very diplomatic of you. All right, so Steinberg MIDI wants people to whack the like button. Okay, so we have a question from Indika Sampath. Hi, Greg. Is there any method to trim the long MIDI notes to the end of the MIDI part because it keeps playing even when the MIDI part is over? So, yeah, we'll show you the trick. So let's say, all right, so let's say I have a Rhodes part here, and I'll just... All right, so what can happen if you're not familiar with this is if we cut this particular event or let's say we cut that event, that the notes can continue to ring on, and it's a preference. So let's go to your preferences, and under editing MIDI, I think you'll see split MIDI events. So if that's not turned on, when we come over here, let's say I split the event and erased it, it'll continue to play. So when we have this preference enabled, so again, preferences, editing MIDI, split MIDI events, hit apply, and now as soon as we have erased the event, the note length is no longer kind of orphaned and invisible. It will end right where the edit occurred. So give that a try, and thanks for being on the live stream. All right. All right, so we see from question, hi Greg, is there a way to stop the mouse's wheel from lowering, increasing the volume when you accidentally hover over tracks? So I think usually the volume won't change here, but it can change here. And for a lot of people, this is kind of if it's in the mix console, this could be like their primary, a lot of people, this is their primary, and they'll buy a mouse based on the feel of the scroll wheel and just to do quick automation on vocals like that. If you find that it has happened in the mix console, if you're in the mix console, there is a mix console undo that's separate. So you could hold down Alt plus Z, Alter Option plus Z, or Alter Option plus Shift plus Z to go back. So unfortunately, it's just a lot of people really like that. So, I guess you could filter it out from your mouse. There isn't a way to filter it out here, but if you accidentally did move the fader, just go to the upper left-hand corner and use the mix console undo history, and it'll take you right back to where you were. Let's see, Ash Rebel Hand Studios likes his SSL UF8. All right. See, Pablo just says Groove Agent rocks, and he's a drummer, so. See, Pablo says Groove Agent needs Simon's magical hi-hats. All right. All right, so we see from Jazzy Lomel, hey Greg, is there an auto key function to find the key of a song in Cubase? So really all you have to do is, take a track that's playing chords. So let's say I want to take like this Rhodes part here. So this Rhodes part probably has a lot of chords in it. So what I can do is I could select the particular event or track, go to my project menu, and this could work with audio or MIDI, and we'll go to chord track, and we will say create chord events. This will now automatically lay out the chords for us, and then we can see the key of the song indicated here in the lower part. So we can see that we're probably in key of E, so you could just determine it that way. So once again, select a track that has chords in it, go to project, chord track, create chord events. All right. So we see, hi Greg, is there a quick way in Cubase to repair a recorded vocal track if there was a mismatch in sampling frequency, 44 versus 48K? Vocal track is in pitch lower and longer to the music, thanks. So probably all you have to do is, select, go to the pool window. So under media, go to pool window, select the vocal, and then you could just come over and then there's like a convert files, and then you could just switch to sample rate there. So I would give that a try. I haven't gone through all the kind of mechanics of it in a long time for like one file that's out, but I think that will do the trick for you. But if not, let me know and I can play around with it and have kind of it all kind of set up for Friday's live stream. All right, so we see, Greg, is there a way to transfer MIDI, from Patrick, Greg, is there a way to transfer MIDI notes to multiple tracks without losing original data from the origin track, but it occurs in other tracks? I know copy and paste origin, but is there any other way? So I still think that's a great way to do it. So if we had, MIDI tracks, you could always, so I think that's a really not a bad way to do it. So what I would do, so let's say if we had, like 2 more MIDI tracks here, and I wanted to copy this out. So, I could shift, double click to select everything here. And then as we make a copy, hold down the shift key. So, and let's say I'll just put these in place. So now that these are shifted, if it's a copy, I can, I held down Alt Option plus Shift, and let me just open this up here. So now if I change, let's say the MIDI notes here in this particular section, I deleted them, they would all be deleted in all the parts because they're kind of dynamically linked. So I think that there's a lot of advantages to doing this. And then, and you could make a macro to do the cut, copy, paste, but I would just simply do it as shared copies. And then anytime that you make a change here, you don't have to do it to 3 copies. So having the different parts and being able to take it up an octave, doing stuff, there's so much great MIDI stuff you could do, just taking a part and changing it down an octave, doubling it up an octave in a different voice, where you get great results that way. See, Steinberg MIDI says, I never thought about using the MIDI echo before Greg inspired me to use it just now. So. Jazzamel asks, hey Greg, is there any Yamaha mixers that act like a control surface for Cubase, more so like a big mouse? So like the new DM3, DM7 consoles will function as control surfaces. They may be kind of out of price range. The TF consoles, that series do not, but if you have an old O1V, O2R96, O1V96, those have great control surface capabilities as well. All right, so we have Tiago checking in from Brazil. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so we see from PK about collaboratively, remotely live mixing sessions. So we answered that earlier. So, again, some people will do screen sharing applications and utilize the audio from like VST Connect and monitor the audio that way. All right, so we see from Andy Shaw, hi Greg, Cubase 12 Pro, Windows 11. How do I sort via tracks in right zone to match tracks in the project window? Somehow they are mixed up. Okay, so if you have, let's say if, we have our mix console here, and if we go to the visibility, and if you have tracks that are kind of anchored unexpectedly, sometimes we could come over here and with the visibility tab selected at top, we go to the zones at the bottom. Now we can pick and choose which tracks are anchored that way. So, if you want to go back to where you were, just go to the visibility zone. So you have a dot here to the left, a dot to the right. So you could anchor to the left, to the right, or no anchor for any of them just by clicking in the center position. All right, I think there's one question that I forgot part 2 of a while ago. All right, and it's from Cubase user. I just remembered the second part of the question. Sorry. the question was how to get the faders panning to be 5.1 or 7.1 in a stereo project. Thanks. You could, it's, there's no benefit of panning to 5.1 and 7.1 in a stereo project. If you had it set for 5.1, you would just set it to a 5.1 output, but it's not going to be really applicable in a stereo project. Okay, reading through comments. All right, wonderful to see David Reuter from Big Tent in Nashville. Hope you and Kristen are both doing great. Missing you guys. All right, wonderful to see Jeff Zabelski from Chico, California. Just came back from a noise-induced hearing loss at the VA hospital. So I think Michael Teams could relate to that with his time in the Air Force. All right, so Doug O asks, hi Greg, is it possible to save a track preset that contains multiple instruments on separate channels, i.e. a track with all my bass presets across different instruments, but on one track? So it'll be a multi-track preset. So if you come over here, my son just came home. All right, so if I wanted to save it, you could do it for a bass, or even if you wanted to take okay, this is my studio drum kit. So if I like how everything is laid out for me, again, I would right click. Let's save track preset. I'll call this studio drums, or you call it your bass, awesome bass setup. Okay, I will do a new project. And let's come over here to media, to user presets, track presets, multi, and we'll say studio drums, October 17th. Then I could just drag it over, and all of my settings, like panning, volume, the inserts and channel strips are automatically preserved. So again, to find it, select multiple tracks, right click, save a preset, come over here, and you'll find it under, go to your media bay, to user presets, track presets, multi, and then you can just drag it over. All right, I know we had some questions that were mailed in. Let's get to some of those before we run out of time. Thank you for all the great questions from everyone. Okay. So the question is, if I want to use pre-gain on specific channel and put metering on mixer to input to see the amount of input signal, then turn gain up or down, I don't see any change on metering. I can hear, but I can't see the metering actually change, no matter if it's set to input or post fader. It stays the same indicator on specific channel. What am I doing wrong? Because I've seen videos that works normal. Is that because of audio card or me? I'm using Cubase 12. Thanks in advance. Okay, so when we look at the input metering, we could think of the input metering as being basically straight from the audio file itself, not the pre-gain section. So let me just revert this project since we've destroyed it. So we'll look at a signal that's recorded at just a quick test tone set up here. So our signal, and I'll just make sure that you don't, just so we see kind of a constant signal here. I'll select this and we'll solo. All right, so we have just our signal here. All right, so we see, and I'll turn off the, and we'll just reset this to 0 dB. All right, so now when we have our metering set to input, and we right click, go to our global meter sources, and we have this set to input. Now if I change my meter position, this is what is coming off of the drive. Okay, so what the raw file is playing back, that's what input metering does. Now if we go to our channel setup, we can see the pre-gain, and while this is pre-gain, it's still coming after the signal is on the drive. So if I adjust my pre-gain up or down, we hear the change, but we don't see it reflected here because this is after the signal is coming from the drive. So when I have this set to my post, not, I go to my post fader. As we do this, we will see that the gain change can automatically be reflected here. So this way the pre-gain will affect that, because this process, the input meter is from the actual source file and not necessarily, and this is kind of after what the input meter is looking for when it's on input. Okay, we showed the MIDI echo plugin. All right, so we see, hello Greg, can you please tell me what can be the reason if the function create warp markers from hit points does not work? I have a bunch of drum tracks in a folder, and group editing as well as phase coherent audio warp are activated. When I choose the free warp tool, I can manually insert warp markers, but there were no warp markers inserted after applying create warp markers from hit points. Okay, so it could be that, since we're doing since we've tied all the events together in group editing, that when we do hit points and there's different hit point settings, that it's not going to translate over. So let me we'll take a look at how to quickly set the warp markers for like a multi-track drum. So I will come here, let's revert. Okay, so I have all of my drums here set into a folder. I'm going to put them into phase line group editing. So I'm going to double click on one, and what we want to do is to go to our quantize panel, and as we come over here to the quantize panel, we're going to open this up, and once we have our multiple tracks in a group selected together, I'm going to say, okay, we're going to set kind of priorities. So I want my kick, my snare, and let's say hi-hat. So this way we're assigning the particular slices. We're not doing them on individual tracks with different settings, but we're kind of doing this globally together. And at this point, now that we've assigned it, I think if I shut this off and we go to audio and we choose real-time processing, we'll create our warp markers. I may have done that too soon. Let me just get to my quantize panel. So I think if we right, so we're going to create warp markers at the hit points. So we've done that. Now when we go to our, we'll just come over here and let's switch to our warp marker tool, and now we could adjust the hit points. So in the quantize panel, once they're all selected, you know, just come over here, you'll see that. So now we have this. Let's come over again. I'll just revert one more time just to show that button. So again, come over here, put it all in. Let's go here. So let's set the priorities. And then create the warp markers. And then when you're in the warp tool, you switch over to free warp, zoom in a little bit. You can see all the warp markers automatically appear. All right, so we see, hello, Cubase can't recognize my Z1 controller by native instruments. I made Z1 controller as MIDI controller, open up Studio Setup. Under MIDI port, Cubase won't recognize my MIDI controller. I'm trying with generic remote, but no solution. What can I do to work with Z1 controller as MIDI controller? I want to assign faders to mix faders in Cubase using Cubase 11. I already asked native instruments. They said to talk to supportive Cubase. Cubase answer is talk to native instruments. How can I move the blue step forward? Okay, so to do that, you know, if you go to your generic remote, let's go to your studio menu to studio setup. If you do not see the Z1 controller listed here, you know, Cubase will utilize all of the different MIDI devices that are being seen by the computer's operating system. So if you don't see the Z1 controller here, then it's not being recognized by the computer and Cubase can't use it. So if you don't see it in his drop-down menu, then it's going to be an issue with the NI's driver for Z1 not being seen by your operating system, or it's some other software is perhaps taking over control of the MIDI ports. So, but if it's not being seen in this drop-down menu, then Cubase can't access it because it's not being seen by the computer operating system. So maybe if you're, I think it's, if memory serves me right, it's like a DJ controller. So maybe Tractor has exclusive, if you're using like DJ software like Traction or Tractor or whatever, you could just simply, you know, that might be just taking exclusive control of that. But if you don't see there, then Cubase can't do it, and it's kind of out of Cubase's control. All right, so we see a question. How can I move the blue step sequencer line without using the arrow keys? Click to move doesn't work. Okay, so let's jump back. Okay, so let's say I have a MIDI event here, and we go to step entry where we see the blue line. So now all you have to do is just click with the mouse, and that will set the blue line of where your snap value is. You don't have to move the line, just click on the time space with the mouse, and then you could also just use the left and right arrow keys to snap it, or just click in the time field, probably an empty area, and you can just enter in, that can set this space. All right, another question. Hello, Greg. My MediaBay database, MediaBay3.db, is over 300 megabytes. Is this normal? I've used and deleted many sample libraries in the past. I'm not sure if it contains a lot of redundant data. If it is unusually large, is there a way to slimline the database? So sometimes, depending on how many samples that you've dealt with in MediaBay, that can, that's not an unusually large size when you're building up like a database file, because even if you uncheck different drives, it's still going to have a reference to those particular drives, so it doesn't have to constantly rebuild the database. So I would say there's nothing to worry about. And 300 megabytes, probably in the big scheme of 2 terabyte hard drives, is probably not that bad overall. So nothing to be concerned about. All right, so we see question, on an audio track, is it possible to copy volume automation to pre-gain automation and keep the absolute values? Volume fader goes from minus 120 dB to plus 6 dB, and pre-gain goes from minus 47 to plus 48 dB. It doesn't translate well when copy and pasted. Application will be, I already wrote lots of volume automation, but now I'd like to insert a compressor after the volume automation without having to create a group channel if possible. Thank you very much in advance, and have a lovely day. So I think like the great solution for this is when we go to insert tracks, we have inserts that could be pre or post fader. So you may see this little green line. So if you want the compressor to take effect after any automation that's going on with the particular track, just move it to a post fader slot. And then the compression will take place after the fader position. So when it's orange, it's post fader. And when it's kind of this aqua bluish color, it's going to be pre fader. And you could dynamically change the number of pre and post fader slots for each channel independently just by moving the green line up and down. So give it a try and just move it to the post fader slot, and I think that'll do exactly what you want. Okay, so we have a new question. Can a project or template be saved in such a way that 2 or more tracks are already in a record enabled state upon opening? For example, guitar audio and guitar synth. It's not a huge deal, but it would be convenient for my workflow. Cubase Pro 12, Windows 11. Okay, so if we want to make you could kind of do this, I think, if you use it in conjunction with a preference. So if you want it to start off, we go to Editing, Preferences, Editing, Project and Mix Console, and you could choose to enable record on selected audio or MIDI track. So once that's done, we'll come over here. Let's do a new project. I'm going to add, let's say, 3 audio tracks. We'll add an instrument track. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is to save which tracks are selected. So I'm going to say audio 1, and I'm just going to hold down Control or Command and select the 2 tracks. Let's save this as a template. So we'll go to our file, save as template. We'll call it October 17th. (2023). Okay, so let's close this project. And I want to do a new project. Let's choose our template. Let's see, October 17th, with my typo date. And we'll hit O, activate. Now we can see that the 2 tracks that were selected are still selected in the template. And with that preference for the selected tracks to be record enabled for MIDI and audio, those are automatically preserved in the template, so you could have your guitar part automatically show up. All right, so we see, can you show please from scratch how to build 3 different layer send reverbs with ducking on a vocal for pop music in Cubase? All right, so let's go ahead and jump back. Okay, so if I wanted to come over here and build this for ducking, so let's take a look at, I just wanted to set up ducking on 1 to start with. So let's play back our vocal file here. All right, so say we have, okay, so if we want to do ducking on one particular file, all we had to do is let's add an effects channel. Let's set up, not a group channel, sorry. Let's add an effects channel to the selected track. All right, so we'll have Revelation. All right, and let's just find kind of like a big, maybe cathedral type sound. So like a big reverb here. All right, so now what I want to do is if we want to duck that reverb so that the reverb is kind of ducked when it's going on, I'm going to add, after the insert on the effects channel track, we could come over here and just do, we'll just do dynamics, and we'll just put a compressor on. So we add that particular compressor on a track. We're going to activate side chaining. Let's compress it so that, and what we want to do is to have the vocal do the side chaining. So we will go to our side chain setup and we'll say vocal. And now as we play, let's say we'll just make this, we'll make sure our mix is 100%. So as we listen to, we'll see that the reverb is going to be compressed. And now, and as soon as she stops singing, and we could adjust the attack if you wanted to. So, and if you wanted to do that for 3 separate plugins, you know, really all you'd have to do now is come over here. Let's add effects channel to selected tracks. Let's add 2 more reverbs. I could go to my inserts. Let's put the same compressor on each of these. And then we could just do kind of the same exact process and choose different reverbs with different, and they could each be sidechained independently. So as soon as we activate sidechain, let's come over here. Let's set it to vocal. And we will go to this, activate sidechain, and set this to vocal. And now when we go to our vocal track, we'll go to the sends. We could see all of our side chains here are automatically routed for us with 3 side chains. So, and the question is, why does Steinberg not offer such ready templates with this? So with the vocal processing, sometimes, you know, templates can be, you know, very personal, but, you know, the routing could be, you know, a little more complex because, you know, it's going to be different sources in different tracks and utilizing sends, whereas a lot of presets are just going to be using inserts and channel strips. All right, so question, is there a tool in Cubase which we can place styles on the left hand on a keyboard like an arranger workstation like Genos? So we used to have this technology in the 90s to do that, but it was really underutilized and it hasn't really been developed. And it's probably like the second time I've been asked in the last 20 or 30 years about it. But we came up with the technology in Music Station, but we haven't really employed it. So might make sense to actually use kind of the Genos. I think it's kind of unique with that particular function. So, but nothing the direct equivalent in Cubase. All right, and with that, we are out of time. I'm going to wish everyone a happy evening, morning, afternoon, and thanks for spending your day learning more on Steinberg products. We'll be back on Friday. Everyone, please stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you then. Goodbye.